Hey everybody, how's it going? We are live again tonight with some more Phantom Hourglass, and I'd like to just welcome everybody to the first stream with the new PC. Um, been talking about doing it for a while, but now it's finally done. I'm already noticing some major significant improvements, and also finding that I have a lot more projects to do than I had initially thought. First things first, Iron, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime. I have much appreciation for you. At the moment, my overlays are busted. My stream labels, the ones at the top of the screen that give that information on recent subscribers, followers, and such. I had spent probably a good hour trying to fix that earlier today, and I ran out of time. So that is a project that I'll have to keep working on. Yeah, after the beginning of this build, I definitely found like a ton of things that needed to be redone. OBS basically tried to make me start from scratch, and I had to go through a process just to try and restore everything. How's it going, Keo? Oh, you know what? As a matter of fact, I just noticed that there's something missing there too. It'll just have to be what it is, though. So yeah, there are a couple things here on the stream that are yet to be kind of cleaned up. But yeah, I will definitely be working on that as we go forward. So some of the things that are broken, very sorry about that. Yeah, we will be resuming our playthrough with Phantom Hourglass. Actually, we'll have to restart Phantom Hourglass. Unfortunately, in the move to the new game, or to the new PC, I lost our save data. So, we're going to be starting back from the very beginning again, regrettably. And I've been trying to fight with my... I've been kind of going back and forth on how I like this setup. So, I don't know if it looks better as a DS game to have it split this way, or if it will be better to have it stacked vertically like a DS. The issue that I run into with the stacked like a DS is just simply that it kind of looks a little weird. Because it's obviously stacked this way and there's all this extra space to either side, as opposed to running it this way, which takes up a bit more of the screen. So, whatever you guys think, if you guys think that you prefer it the other way, I'm happy to take that into consideration if you prefer to see it in the proper aspect. For the majority of the gameplay, the map is actually going to be on the top screen, which is on the left side, and the main game is on the right screen on the right side, so, or on the bottom screen on the right side. So, really, during the main part of gameplay, it probably won't be terribly noticeable. But yeah, if it's something that is just striking everybody else as odd, then we can always change it later. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and get started into Phantom Hourglass Part 1, since we only got 15 minutes into it before. Shouldn't be too bad. So, all right. And adventure. Here we go. Our story begins not long ago. There was a young girl, savvy to the seas, and head of a band of pirates. Her name was Tetra. She was pretty, brash, and brave. Tetra and her handsome pirates set out to explore the vast and unfamiliar seas. One day, on a stop at an island, Tetra met a young boy dressed in green. This is a very abbreviated version of Wind Waker. After a series of strange events, the two began traveling together. They found old ruins, and light enveloped Tetra. At once, she transformed into a beautiful princess. Her lineage traced back to an ancient, ruined kingdom. She was Princess Zelda of the Kingdom of Hyrule. Just then, a huge, ominous king appeared. He carried Princess Zelda away. The evil king sought the sacred power passed down to Hyrulean princesses. He schemed to take the power and use it himself. The boy chased after him, determined to save the princess. The boy crossed seas and climbed mountains. The journey was perilous. He slayed evil monsters and used their power to become a true hero. After long and hard adventuring, he defeated the evil king. Why am I screaming? And beautiful Princess Zelda was rescued at last. Welcome, welcome, V. It's good to see you. And we had to restart, unfortunately, so we're just getting into the first cutscene. Later, the two set out with the brave pirate crew in search of new lands. Yes, they set sail together. A happy pirate ending. So, what did you think of my amazing paper cutouts? Yeah, I did not stream yesterday, V. This is actually... Why am I skipping streams? Because I just built a new PC and had to start from scratch. So, games mute. Well, shoot. Now people tell me. Super Mega PC? I mean, it's a decent PC. It's not like super top of the line. But it does have a lot of improvements to it, that's for sure. Just trying to see why maybe. Alright, is that playing through now? Where's Kyo? She's funny. You know, she actually just said that she had kind of a rough day and decides she wants to stay upstairs. So, game is a bit loud. Okay. I can fix that. So, I had checked for a lot of things before going live, but like I said, this is a brand new computer. The story behind all of this is that when I put it all together, the idea was hopefully to just get everything moved over smoothly. It did not move over smoothly. And I've still actually got a million projects that are still trying to be worked on. So if things are a little shoddy here, it's because they are. If they seem shoddy, it's because they definitely are. As it stands right now, my stream labels at the top of the screen do not work. They're busted. I spent an hour trying to fix them today. I also spent a lot of time just trying to recover a lot of what I lost, because when I first put this build together, obviously I started with a brand new Windows, so I had nothing. And then I couldn't find my settings for OBS. It basically wanted me to start from scratch as if it was brand new. So I got lucky enough that it was backed up just enough on Streamlabs OBS that I was able to take an older version and re-import it back into OBS Studio and kind of build off of that. So, managing OBS is indeed a pain. So yes, there are flaws in the stream tonight, absolutely. But The good news is that it is on a superior machine. We'll have a lot less hiccups and freezes, and that makes me very happy. So, yeah, the computer, it's not as good as the one I built for my brother, or the one that I helped him put together. He bought the parts, but the one that he and I put together back in 2020 has better graphics card, better processor, but this one is miles better than the one that I had before. And the theme that you're hearing that's familiar from this is from Wind Waker. So, yeah. Oh, and one other piece of information. I am working on that YouTube channel. I saved my VODs from Wind Waker going forward, and I'm just trying to cut them. They're just raw playthroughs. I just try to cut out the beginning sequence while starting soon and all that. And trying to just minimize the amount of stuff at the end that shouldn't be there as well. So, YouTube channel is on the way. I hope to have that put together here within the next week. Past the channel. I only have 2 videos on there right at the moment, but I will make sure that you get that information. Again, so I did not stream Tuesday because I was building the computer. I didn't even have my power supply until Thursday? No, it might have been Tuesday. And I missed yesterday because I still had so much to do with this build that I just did not have the time to get it ready to stream. So, tonight we are doing the stream even though it is not my normal stream night. Oh, and one last announcement. Next Friday, I will not be streaming my normal stream. I will be doing a guest appearance on Melar's podcast, Chatisfying. The category that we'll be talking about should be fairly interesting, but I won't spoil that. So, if you want more information on that, if you're not following Melar, you definitely want to follow Melar21. He'll be the one that's doing the channel. I'll provide a host through my channel. Should make it a little bit easier, and I will be posting details about that on my own Discord server as well. So, again, if you want to keep up to date on announcements and on the schedule, which can sometimes change, I encourage you to join that Discord server because that's where I keep up to date with pretty much everything that we do. So, and we can always continue to chat outside of our stream days that way as well. Anyway, back to the game. So what did you think of my amazing paper cutouts? Did you guess that Tetra was really Princess Zelda? Hey, Sarge, are you sleeping, Swabby? Sarge! Sarge! Stop messing around down there. You're both supposed to be on lookout. Some legendary hero you are. Who'd believe you'd save me from the evil king? Princess Zelda, we're nearly at that spot in the sea. I told you not to call me Zelda. Tetra worked just fine before, you know. But enough about that. So this is where the ghost ship is said to appear. Stay on the lookout for a creepy-looking ship. Are you sure this is a good idea? What about all those ships that have gone missing? I say the ghost ship is behind all of it. That's right, Nico. Every ship disappears. 5 bowls, a bunch of tortillas of chicken soup. That does sound pretty good. We had a pretty yummy dinner ourselves. Kyo treated me out to dinner. We drove down to Salt Lake and ate at a place called Mr. Shabu. You order a type of broth of your choosing, and they basically bring out your pick of meat, and it's pretty much all you can eat. And then you can go to their bar and grab a whole ton of just different things, put it in the broth. It's super good. Salt Lake City, yes. Salt Lake City, Utah. Not streaming Monday for making Damascus for the sword. Oh, that would be really cool. Land of the Restless. Yeah, Iron, when you do, you can post your link for your channel in the Discord server just under the promote yourself. you're welcome to advertise your own stuff there as well. So if you want to try and generate any kind of interest from people, feel free to post anything that you like in the promote yourself. Oh, and B, in the Discord server, as another incentive to join, I do have a foods category. So if you want to post about your yummy foods, I do have a place for that. Sitting there, Iron Mouse. It's all because of that scary ghost ship. Ghosts? Hey, Tetra. They say these seas are protected, yeah? Something about a spirit called the Ocean King? Wouldn't a spirit like that protect the ships? Unless there really is an evil ghost ship. Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing as a ghost ship. I bet it's just some pirates up to no good. I'll expose them as a bunch of frauds, and remind them that there are rules to being pirates. I doubt there really is an Ocean King anyway. Discord needs her. Hey, I mean, you do you. Hey, look. The air feels chilly, eerie even. I say we take a detour around this creepy place. Quit being so scared. We're not here to see the world. We're here to see the world, not take detours. Ship ahoy! Tetra, I can see a ship. Yeah, a ship. Up ahead. Hey, Drill! How's it going? Welcome, bro. Yeah, so far we haven't had any hiccups with the new build, so it's been pretty nice. Pretty good so far today. You spoiled my kid. Why? What'd you give him? It's the ghost ship. His waters really are cursed. And you call yourself a pirate. It's just a ship. It does look like it could be the ghost ship. There might even be a load of treasure on board. That's it. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Game audio to stream audio is a little unbalanced. I keep knocking it down further and further. If it's still not right, just let me know. Yes, I drown you all in the volume. This emulator is very loud. I'll see if I can fix that. Do. Wow, don't need to go quite that low. There we go. Your phone is literally vibrating. Good. That's the way we like it. There, is that better? Got him a frazzle to share. Ooh. Sarge, save me. Sarge. Thought that was great. That does sound awesome. He's such a cutie, but I'm glad I don't have him this weekend. Save me, Sarge. Yep, totally dead. Okay, so is our audio good now? Or is it going to be too quiet now? I felt like this game's audio to start is already fairly unbalanced. Ah, phew, you're awake. You weren't moving, so I thought you were done for. But it looks like you're going to be okay. I'm Celia. You see, I'm a fairy. I was out fluttering around and found you here. What happened? Audio's fine now? Great. Alright. Well, then we'll leave it alone. Yes, thanks to you guys. What? A ghost ship? Your friend was taken away by a ghost ship? So you were following after her. And you got separated from your own ship, huh? Is it the ghost ship people have been talking about? They say that those it takes are never seen again. You want to know more about the ghost ship? Grandpa will know all about it. I lost my memory a long time ago. When I woke up on this beach, Grandpa rescued me. He's very sweet, so you've got nothing to worry about. Our house is up there, off the beach. Come on. Oh, can you walk? Tap the direction you want to move with your stylus. Eh. Oh, so humble, V. Your baby's so cute? I was not aware that you had a baby. Oh right, you kitten. Public menace. Ah, hello, traveler. So your name is Sarge. I am Oshus, and I live on this island. Really? Sela told me all about what happened to you. I also hear your friend was taken by the ghost ship. I understand that you want to find the ghost ship, but you must not. Bless you, Sarge. Drill Sarge. But, Grandpa, what are you saying? Sarge's friend was carried away. Pure evil fills the sails of the ghost ship, roams the seas in search of victims to capture, and no one has ever escaped from it. It's best if you stay far away from the ghost ship. No, to seek out that ship is to seek out your doom. That's why we have to do something, Grandpa. Oh, mercy. You're not going to give up, are you? Young people. There is a port to the east of here. A sailor by the name of Linebeck should be there. He'll be willing to tell you more about the ghost ship. Look at your map. The harbor is here. You mean that guy who came to visit Grandpa? He asked about the ghost ship, I remember. I'll go with Sarge and show him who he is. It's okay, right, Grandpa? Yes, I don't see why you can't go along. I'm sure you can help Sarge. Oh no. I've never been one for peppermint, but I know it's pretty popular amongst tea drinkers, for sure. Thank you, Grandpa. Let's go, Sarge. She's always been antsy, that one. Now, Sarge, lately there have been many monster sightings. I gave in to you and told you about Linebeck. You should be careful out there. Being a menace. Wahoo, DS emulator. Okay. And to think that our next 2 games are DS emulator. Kyo's been doing that lately as well, getting herself fresh tea leaves and such for her own tea. What's that rumbling? Another earthquake? So many quakes lately. So many monsters. Bad signs for sure. And I bet there are even worse things to come. Foreshadowing. Oh heavens, that quake just broke the bridge again. So many quakes lately, and the bridge breaks every time there's a big one. There's a second way to get to town, fortunately. Unfortunately, it leads through a frightening cave full of monsters. What to do? Well, wait for the bridge to be fixed, of course. That sounds inconvenient, and takes a lot of time. Need to make tea, shuffles to kitchen. Monsters, look out, Sarge. It's way too dangerous. You need something to defend yourself with. We have to go back. You could just go around them, but sure, why not? Oop. Do you guys think it's okay with the DS image laying horizontal instead of vertical? Or is that bugging anybody? Tried the path to the north, did you? Sayla, don't pretend you forgot. I told you never to go that way. We've seen so many quakes rattle the island lately, Sarge. And monsters have been seen closer and closer to town. Be cautious, young ones. That cave up north leads to the port. It's true. But that path will be crawling with monsters. Do not even think of it. I'm sure someone will get around to repairing that bridge. But what if they don't? Gosh. There's not really anybody else to talk to. All about the Arizona green tea. Grandpa wants us to stay out of trouble, but we need to find your friend. If only you found a sword, then you could show those monsters. Let's see if we can find one then. Oh there, friend, try tapping on me. Tap. Yep, that's how it's done. Just tap on people to speak with them. Just a bad luck with my garden here. That quake just heaved a bunch of rocks into the middle of my patch. Would you mind moving them? Thanks aplenty. You really helped me out there. It's not much, but here's something for your trouble. Please, I insist. Oh, we got a whole green rupee. I'll be sure we don't spend it all in one place. Wait. I'm pretty sure we had this conversation already. What's with the dirty look? Think I'm a cheapskate? Fine. Here's a hot tip. Look at your map. There's a tree on that spot. Go bash it really hard. I'd recommend that you jot that down on your map before you forget it. Okay. I'm going to put an X, because X marks the spot. Alright. Tapping strangers. We'll be doing a lot of tapping of strangers in the next couple of games. I hope everybody's cool with that. Get all the spices. Yep, and I mean, so far it looks like we're doing pretty good. We're not really seeing anything in the ways of frame loss so far. I've really been loving the new computer and how quickly it moves through things now. It's very wonderful when you go to open up a web page and it doesn't take a million years to do it. Grandpa uses this cave as his storehouse. I think I remember Grandpa storing a sword back there. Now, how to get this door open? I remember he cracks open the door by writing a number on that sign. I think he says it's the number of palm trees on the beach. Sneaky. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like the answer is 7. Alright. Keep your hands off my things. Please ask first. I don't think we have time to ask. My only question is, what happens if you write the number 7 like an idiot? Does it still work? We got Osha's Sword. Tap an enemy or slide the stylus on the touchscreen. We found a sword. Ooh, we shouldn't tell Grandpa we're taking it. He'd worry himself sick. Good for us, though. Now we can defend ourselves from those monsters. Alright, this takes a little practice for me. The last time I played Phantom Hourglass was actually on an actual DS. Oh, uh-oh. You two are proving to be quite a handful. Isn't that my sword? What do you plan on doing with that? Grandpa, I'm sorry, but we just had to. We can't abandon his kidnapped friend. We can't wait for the bridge. Yes, I understand, but I can't just let you go. Not without showing you how to handle that sword. I'll teach you how to handle it. Meet me at my house, Sarge. Okay. Sarge. So you have a sword. Then know that even the best swords can be bad. If mishandled, that is. So I must teach you the basics of swordplay. Let's begin with the targeted attack. I'm going to bring out some targets for sword practice, far safer than real foes. Tap on a target to lock on and close in for the attack. Try it now. Kill him. But what if he's important later? Excellent. The targeted attack is the most basic of attacks. Use it well. Now, for the side slash. You find it hard to lock onto an enemy's, use the side slash instead. Sketch a line that divides you and your target to slash at it. This move requires a little practice. Simply sketch to slash. Oop. Looks like you fully understand the side slash. You can also use it to slash several things at once. Remember it well. And finally, we have the spin attack. In a circle. Oop. Draw big circles. Alright. Superb, I can teach you nothing more. Now you must swim on your own as you venture out among the monsters. Well, I don't intend to swim, I intend to get on a boat, but okay. But if you do have any problems, return and speak with me. Okay, thanks! I'm not hungry, but my cravings want banana oatmeal blend. It does sound pretty yummy. I have to be careful about that as well, because sometimes it's like, I'm not hungry, but I still want to eat. It's a dangerous thing. Boing-oing. Want to do a somersault? Scribble tiny circles at the very edges of your screen. Roll into that big tree there and see what shakes loose. Roll too much, however, and you'll get dizzy. Oh. Ooh. Not a bad little tip. It's definitely a lot more than the guy gave me for throwing rocks out of his garden for him. Oh. So this is going to be interesting trying to get the hang of this one with a mouse instead of a touch screen. Also moving my window around a little bit. dieting a lot later, or lately. Your cheat day. And what better day to have a cheat day than on a Saturday? Oh, well, good on you for working on losing that excess weight. I'm gonna get wrecked with this game. Got me a key. Yeah, cravings can be hard to work with sometimes. Especially when all you want is the yummy food. Trying to tell yourself, no, you don't want the yummy food. When pulling the levers, first, second from the left. Pulling 4 levers. Where might those be, I wonder? Well, I bet this hint will come in handy. How about we write that on our map? Let's do that. That one's number... Actually, second from the left, they said is first, so we'll put a 1 there. Alright. I believe King said that we can play or convert this so that we can play it with a controller. I don't know how that works exactly or how well it would work, but I might look into it and see if that makes it a little bit more playable. Pull the levers in correct order or else. This game's making threats at me. I feel like I'm gonna die so many times just because of how the game swings the sword. Second is the first one on the left, and the last is the second from the right. Two, and then the last one is the second from the right. People who lose their appetite when you have the opposite. Oh yeah, it seems kind of almost unfair, huh? Only eat once a day. Good moly, I could not. Well, actually, I think I usually only eat 1 meal in a day, but I'm not very good at losing weight. Well, that worked. But I read that that's actually part of what hurts a metabolism as well. If you want to lose weight, surprisingly, you should eat all 3 meals, or actually eat several small meals throughout the day. Yep, skipping meals is bad. Definitely not good for you. Alright, we gotta catch this rat. Perfect. I'm a little surprised that I did as well. This bastard barely feeds us. Yep. It's an issue. Oh yeah, and I know all about not having the time to eat. I don't give myself nearly enough time in the morning to eat breakfast because I'm honestly not much of a morning person, and getting up at 5:30 to be able to work by 7 is already obnoxious enough. So trying to add any additional time in order to try and eat is just out of the question. It's not happening. I'm not about to volunteer to get up at 5 a.m. just so I can make sure I eat breakfast before I go to work. That's not happening. I'll pack a snack in, but and then I'll usually end up going without for pretty much the duration of my day as well. Until I get home, and then I'll eat pretty well when I get home. Blends in the morning. Made it to the port. So much further to walk when the bridge is out. Now that we're here, let's look up Linebeck. I've met him once or twice. Can't say I care for him. He's an awfully big talker for such a big cucko. Okay, let's head to the port. Just need to wash them and munch them. Yeah, I do like fruit. I'll typically I pack in bananas when I go to work. That's usually my fruit of choice. They're pretty easy to just kind of tuck into a backpack and then take with you. Hearty greetings. Lots of locals drift in here to while away the hours. Bit empty at the moment. But aren't you a tad short to be in here? Take no offense, sir. You'll be more than welcome when you've gone a little farther in life. He's saying that there is nothing for us here. What do they have in the shop? Welcome, shopper. How can I help you? Oh, right. I forgot that there's literally a whole trade sequence in this game. Not really a trade sequence so much as a a back and forth collect stuff sort of thing. Shields. Okay. Yeah, if you acquire certain things, it's usually good for a certain amount of monies. Bananas and guavas. Yeah, guava's pretty good too. Can't say that they are something I seek out regularly. Look at this remarkable ship. What do you think of it? Oh, just look at her. What a ship. Such a proud beauty. Time loses all meaning when I gaze upon her. Oh, if she were only mine. Belongs to a sea captain, what goes by the name Linebeck. A fearless soul. I hear he's seen the whole world, yet never seen defeat. What? You're searching for Linebeck? The captain usually drops anchor at the milk bar, but I haven't seen him in days. Perhaps the bar owner knows where Linebeck has vanished to. I was already there, though. Jerk. Oh, hey, hearts. Ooh, I am always a fan of a good pair. You just posted a savage meme on Discord? You did, or somebody else did? Oh! Oof. That is a pretty bad one, Keo. Good one, babe. That's rude. A new customer. Oh, hearty greetings. Lots of locals drift in here to while away the hours a bit empty. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we've already made mention here. Looking for Lineback. Sure, I know him. And that chair there knew him recently. Lineback just dashed out, saying he was off to the Temple of the Ocean King. I tried to stop that crazy fellow, but off he went to the north side of our isle. Do my ears hear that right? He went to the Temple of the Ocean King. Listen up, young un. Listen good. The Ocean King is defender of all creation, and that temple up on the hill was built in his honor, none more worthy. Sadly, a curse was laid on the place that sucks the souls from all who enter. None dare step into the temple of the Ocean King, so put it out of your mind. Can't say where your friend's gone, but I'll tell you this. Stay out of there. Yes, steer clear. That's what we all do. But the odd visitor now and then can't resist. What? Where is it? Right there, on your map. You're not actually going there, are you? Well, I mean, it just sounds like such a wonderful place, so I figured we'd go take a look. Also, we apparently have a score to settle with a tree over there, so... Whoa. Gosh. My aim is going to need some serious work here. Whoa. Got a big green rupee. It's worth 100. That's pretty nice. Pretty sure we don't need that now. We'll just go ahead and remove it. Okay. Any more hearts? Hearts would be wonderful. I feel like we should go get a shield, at the very least. Let's go get the shield first, and then we'll come back. I almost feel like it'll make us just come and get this stupid shield anyway. Okay, we'll take this. Wooden shield. What is the Din's Pearl? 500 rupees. Forget that. Red potion. We'll take that. So how's everybody's weekend going? V, did you do anything fun today, or did you have to do more towards your teaching? I mean, with it being Saturday, I would imagine you probably would have had a day off, but I could be wrong. Aha, so this is the Temple of the Ocean King. Legend has it the temple was built to honor the mighty Ocean King, The temple has fallen into ruin, and people say it ruins any who enter. Still, we have to find Linebeck. So let's dive right on in, Sarge. Watching anime streams inept. That is a pretty chill day. I like a good chill day. Wow. Look, Sarge. Looks like someone's skeleton. What is it doing here? Well, he probably died here. You don't think this could be Linebeck? This is really starting to creep me out. I foolishly entered this temple. In moments, it drained the life right out of me. So even if you clear a trap, it resets once you leave. I should have made notes on my map. But I couldn't make notes on maps that have these icons. Uh-huh. Beginning to remember why I haven't played this one since... or any time in the last decade. Hey! Wait, did you hear something, Sarge? Hey! Okay, I definitely heard something, didn't you? Hey, there's someone over there, Sarge. You, kid, over here, kid! I'm talking to you. Came at the right time. You're lucky you found me. Lucky for me, but luckier for you. Now help me. Oh, him? That's Linebeck. Hey, are you listening? I said help! What is he screaming about? For someone pleading to be saved, he sure is rude. What did you say? Oh, it's that chatty fairy from the old man's place. Yes, I got it. Listen, can you help me out? Just pay attention to what I have to say. He's a bit sus. I know you're a kid and all, but try to listen up. I'm trapped in here, and I don't know what to do. Normally, I'd free myself without any problem, but I sprained my ankle, and I can't move. Will you help? Sure. I knew you'd come through for me, kid. Well then. Do something about these pointy spikes. There's gotta be a way to disarm the trap somewhere around here. Fine, Linebeck. Just wait there. Let's help him out, Sarge. Can we leave him there and just take his ship? That seems like a far more reasonable thing. Kill him. Oh, hey, wait a second. There's something I forgot to tell you. One thing you should know about this temple, it'll suck the life out of you. Why didn't you tell us that sooner? That's pretty important, you know. Let me finish. Don't go running away yet. I know it's scary, but it's not like the temple will suck the life out of you all the time. I'm not sure why, but as long as you stand on areas like this, you'll be okay. Show me that map. See all those purple spaces? They are probably safe zones. Are you listening? Did you get all that? Sure. Keep your strength up, kid. Don't be shy about breaking pots. Now get me out of here. Nothing is here. Oh no, it seems empty. I wonder if someone got to it before us. Yep. Yeah, it drains the life out of us pretty fast. Are you kidding me? That little boy did it. Okay, I'm taking that as my cue to get out of here. Freedom! Should have turned it back on his way out. I think we can take a quick breather. Hey, you said you sprained your ankle. You're walking just fine. You said you needed our help. Bah, it's not like you're the one who did the saving. This is doing that wonderful thing with the volume where it, like, kind of cuts out. Let me see if I can fix that. we go. You're pretty brave for someone so short. I mean, not as brave as me, but not too shabby. So your name's Sarge, huh? That's a weird name. You're one to talk. Name's Linebeck. I'm a real man of the sea. Impressive, huh? It was smooth sailing for me in the beginning. Then I got myself stuck in that trap. This place will suck the life out of you if you let it. Blasted temple. What are you doing in a place like this, anyway? And what do you want from me, kid? Ooh, show and tell. Ooh, what to show? What to show? Let's see. I don't know whether this is going to work or not, but we'll see what we get. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Like I said, I pulled from an old profile off of Streamlabs, which was from like forever ago. And that profile was even before I had my USB mic. So, my oldest desk toy. Well, I'll show you the Eivor one because I was showing that one to you. So this is my my Eivor Funko Pop from Assassin's Creed Valhalla. As you can tell, he looks very Norse. Has a nice bearded axe. I like him a lot. A lot of you guys know I spent about 180 hours, 186 hours in total on Assassin's Creed Valhalla. That's Thor. Actually not, but the spoiler that goes along with that is that he actually is one of the Norse gods, just not Thor. So that's a thing. And I'd say probably my oldest desk toy that I have. Oh. Cool. I'll just throw stuff. My Iron Man. What's interesting is that he looks an awful lot like he should have bendable parts. He does not, but he does have a light for the I forgot about what the name of this thing is. The his chest piece. Hey, I'll break stuff if I want. It's my stuff. I'll break it if I want to. Somewhere around here is a Deadpool that fell as well, but I don't know where he went. Poor Deadpool hit the ground in the process. Donate it to the Salvation Army. The Iron Man Funko Pop, or not Funko Pop, but the Iron Man figure, I got that as a Christmas gift from my brother-in-law, so. I mean, of anyone to hit the ground and it be okay, probably Deadpool, if we're being completely honest. Alright, I'll have to see about getting my audio fixed for that scene as well. So, that's just another thing I get to add to the list of things to fix for my channel. I was one of those dancing iron boys. What, you think I'm, like, ancient? Like, wind up with a key and everything and set it on the ground and it, like, marches along? Nah. Nah, I ain't got anything that old. My grandmother did. My grandmother had a few of those. She had a strange collection of just those wind-up toys. One of them was, I don't know what nationality. She was this tin doll, and she had kind of like a fancy headdress, something from Europe. I don't know. I want to say like maybe Czech or something like that. But you know, and she'd go around like this, and then she'd do a few spins, and then turn around and wander away again. I actually do have a large nutcracker that Kiyo's father got for us as a Christmas decoration a few years back. So I do own a nutcracker. He's I'd say he's probably at least like yay. He's pretty big. I had a moment where I was like, okay, where's my controller? And then remembered that we're not playing this with a real controller. We're looking for the ghost ship. So you're trying to get your mitts on the treasure. Treasure? What are you even talking about? Sarge is trying to save his friend. She was abducted by the ghost ship. We came hoping you might know more about it. Oh, really? Oh, boo-hoo. How sweet. I think I'm gonna cry. Oh, I'm just teasing, kid. If that's what this is about, I'm on board. I'm here looking for info about the ghost ship, too. I was just a step away, but I sprained my ankle. Otherwise, I would have explored this cursed place. Liar, I just saw you running like a rabbit. No, you didn't. That was just an illusion. My ankle's still throbbing. The pain is unbearable. Oh, what are we doing? Oh my gosh. Oh, the pain. Anyway, you want to know about the ghost ship. Go on without me, kid. Go grab the clue about the ghost ship. It has to be in there. We need it to find the ship. Got that? You're faking it. I think you're just scared. Not a chance. Ugh. Oh gosh. Ugh. Normally I'd be leading the charge down there, but I know how much it means to Sarge. I'm letting him have the glory of saving his friend. So anyway, here, take this with you, kid. I found this key around here. It might help. Oh gosh. You got a small key. What is this? Oof. Oof, oof, oof. B, you might be just a little, just a little. You know what you've got to do, so get to it. Oh, and, good luck in there, kid. He's like, here you go, now. Whew. We're gonna endure this just because of the game. Just because of the game, the story in it. That is the only reason. That and the fact that we did say we're gonna do a whole franchise. Woo. Shit. Ow. In for a wild night. I mean, not that wild. It's just root beer. I think we're gonna die a lot. I think we are gonna die a lot. So far, we already have half as many deaths as we had throughout the entirety of Twilight Princess HD with ×4 damage. End the game? No. Get good? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and get good at this one. Small key. Oh. What? Oh. Apparently it only plays that cutscene the once. Please? Thank you. There we go. Yeah, there's definitely going to have to be a certain amount of getting good with this one. Found a sea chart. Wahoo! Must be an important clue to finding the ghost ship. Should show it to Linebeck. Well, look at that old sea chart. I wonder if that's the clue to the ghost ship Linebeck was talking about. Yeah, there will be a certain amount of planning routes and such as well. There will be a tool that we'll get as well that will also really help us out with this. Hey, where's Linebeck? Can you believe the nerve of that guy making us go in here by ourselves? Now that we've got the sea chart, I've got some words for him. Oh! If it isn't the little monkey and his twinkly pal. Slow getting the goods, eh? Slow? How dare you? You were quick enough to run off, injury and all. What an insult. I was merely hurrying back to my ship. Any captain worth his salt puts his ship before his own safety, I tell you. But tell me, little monkey, what did you find in that treasure chest? Ah, a map. Let me at it. Bah, what's this? Some boring old sea map? Oh, now I see. As we call it, the adventuring business, a treasure map. If we probe its mysteries, we can find the very prize I'm seeking, the ghost ship. And by we, I mean me. Farewell, little monkey, I'm off to find adventure. Man, what a dick. Did he really just do that? He muscles in on our map, then runs off with it? What should we do next? Meet Linebeck at his ship, Sarge? Oh, hell yeah. That's exactly what we're gonna do. The fairy is ready to murder. Yeah, fairy ain't having it. Maybe we just piss off one of these cuckoos enough that they'll come after us and then we'll just pin it all on Linebeck. Sounds good to me. Well, look who's gracing our presence. It's the old man Osius. The bridge has been fixed, so I thought I'd check up on the youngsters here. You're an amazing lad to emerge alive from the temple, Sarge. Very courageous for someone so early in his years. You sent me into that treacherous temple too, you old barnacle. Any who enter the temple unprepared will find it a terrifying ordeal. And most would lose heart and flee for their lives upon hearing me say it. But evidently there are true heroes among us. Preen my feathers a little more, old man. Yep, I'm famous all right. Not you, fool. You're a wreck. You'd be sunk by now if our young friend here hadn't shown up. I was injured. On a typical day, I blaze through one or two such temples before breakfast. Calm yourself, Linebeck, and tell me what you've made of the temple's map. I've inspected it fully. My trained eye finds that it holds no secrets at all. But wait, old man, what do you know of this map? Ho 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 ho. Has the map's puzzle eluded you, Linebeck? If I may see the map. A standard map would simply show you where to go, would it not? This is no standard map. You'll find that one section is a little flaky. Touch it. I trust you can solve the puzzle, Sarge. A little flaky. Squaws? Ah. That looks like Din's Pearl to me. Hey, look at that. That marks the spot of an isle born of volcanic strife. It is the Isle of Ember. A fortune teller named Astrid lives there, and she sees far, Sarge. So you should ask Astrid if she can see where the ghost ship might be. Isle of Ember, eh? I always suspected there might be something there. So it's as simple as sailing there and finding Astrid? So we're off to the Isle of Ember, then. Sayla, I'd like you to go with Sarge. You'll be essential to his efforts, I'm sure. And by seeing the outside world, you might just find your lost memories. Will do. Happy to help. Sorry that we have to pal around with Linebeck, though. Still, I'm glad to sail the seas and see the world. What? You don't tell me that I have to haul around that twinkly little bit of fluff, too? Bah, fine then. Okay, the Isle of Ember awaits. Ready to set sail, Sarge? Sure am. Hey, Sedition. Welcome, welcome. How you doing this evening? Then climb aboard. The open sea calls. Oh, actually, now that I think of it, there was something I was going to share on my Discord server, and I forgot. Sedition, we probably will enjoy the look of our dinner tonight. We tried out a restaurant down in Salt Lake City called Mr. Shabu, Asian cuisine. Try that again here. Liking the new Parkway Drive song? Yeah, you know, it kind of, it threw me off a little bit too, because I was almost expecting something a little bit more like Wishing Wells, but, you know, it was pretty good. Thanks for the hydrate, Kyo. I'm excited to hear what they have lined up for the rest of that album. I'm just very happy to be getting new music from Parkway Drive. It's off to the open sea with us, then. Leave all the navigation to you while I stay down in the engine room. Okay, I remember how to do this part, I think. Yeah. Oh, almost forgot. See the engine on the top right. Tap stop to stop. To resume course, tap go. While at sea, if you want to look around the sea, touch the screen's edge. Stay alert up there. Touch up, down, left, right to look in all directions. Gotta keep our head on a swivel. That's a golden frog. I'm just gonna leave myself a little note here. Actually, I better put an R or F. Yeah. So how has your week been, Sedition? Did you do anything fun this last week? Yeah, because I got my PC all put together, and we're finding all the kinds of little bugs that I need to work out on OBS. It was an ordeal enough trying to get it set up to the point that it's at right now. But so far, I'm definitely liking the performance of this a lot better than my old one. Going out of town next week. Gonna be in Arizona for a while, then gonna be heading to Vegas at the end of the month. That sounds like a good time. Vegas is, 8... I guess we could get to Vegas in about 8 hours from here. Yeah, that sounds like it'll be a good time, though. Have to, take a few pictures while you're there as well. Feel free to post anything on the Discord server. Be all interested in hearing about your trip. So let's see, the Isle of Ember that Grandpa was talking about. We're here. A sterling example of my helmsmanship. Impressed, Sarge? What? You didn't even know where the island was? Who sketched out a course on the sea chart? Yeah, Sarge did. What? You piece of fluff. You just don't appreciate the finer points of sailing. But you get me, right, Sarge? No. Abuse your captain, will you? Okay, you little adventure monkey. Why don't you run off and find Astrid? I'll be right here, waiting for you, taking care of my ship. What? Staying behind? You're scared, aren't you? Me? Scared? I'm never scared, you little fluttering shrimp. You two go ahead. I'll be breaking my back working on the ship for your sakes. Uh-huh. It's awfully convenient. First time in Vegas as well. Oh, nice. It'd been celebrating my 30th, but then the world shut down. Oh, for the COVID. Yeah, that wasn't so much fun. But it's good to hear that you're gonna be able to go and have that trip that you were hoping to get before. That does sound like it'll be a good time. Actually, Keo's got an aunt that lives down in Vegas. We've stopped by pretty much any time that we're there in Vegas. We almost have to stop there. But if you stop, anytime that we stop with her, she parades us around town and makes a real show of it. Even if all we want to do is rest, she'll make it a point to make sure that we go out and hit the town. If you're reading my words, it means that I have fallen to fate. So look east to pick up the torch and take up my duty. KO. Ooh, mystery. I wonder what happened on this isle, Sarge. I wonder indeed. May as well go earlier before things get bad again, but you never know. I mean, that's the way I'm looking at this right now, is that really the world can't keep shutting down, you know? It really can't. I mean, yeah, COVID is gonna be making these fluctuations back and forth, but we can't just shut down every single time that cases begin to spike, you know? COVID is here to stay. It's not gonna go anywhere. You know, we're gonna be pretty much trying to avoid it the same way we try to avoid getting the flu year to year, because that also never went away. Summit Path, approval needed for entry. Yeah, that looks like we should not touch that. Whoa. Mean looking Tech-Tykes. A fallen adventurer. Look, Sarge. Brute force will get you nowhere. Ah, it's a ghost! Get him, Sarge! Ah, wait. Give me some warning before you come at me. I must look really bad, but I swear, I'm not a bad ghost. Well, to be honest, he doesn't really look like an evil ghost. My name is Ko. I used to work for Astrid, the fortune teller. What happened to you, you poor thing? If you believe in fate, then it's not so bad. I do feel much lighter. Of graver concern, though, is what's happened to Astrid. It haunts me. Astrid, we came to this island to find her. Do you know where she is? I hid her away. Astrid is inside her home. Right here. But there's no way I can open the door. Not in this condition. Would you please open the door for me? Yeah. Of course we'll help. We'll open that door and let Astrid out. I'd really appreciate it if you could do this. Now, there's a secret to opening the door. The tree torches on this island... Oh, the 3 torches on this island are the key to understanding. Keep that in mind, and you may be able to open the door. 1 torch is right here. Make a note. Please take care of Astrid. I don't know what we're doing with this torch, but okay. Jeez. Oh, Sedition, did you ever hear back about that opportunity with Mick Gordon for that music project you were talking about? Tried finding his email, but his messages aren't automated on Instagram, unfortunately, so I may have to find another alternative. Gotcha. So at the moment, you're just trying to make contact with him, then? Oh dear. Wow, okay. Oh, poor Kyo. In a way, yeah, or maybe work with someone similar to Mick Gordon that does music. Gotcha. Yeah, it's always a bummer when things don't quite work out the way that you hope, but... Hang on, Sarge. I feel a presence on the other side of this door. Hey, I hear footsteps behind there. But this door looks pretty locked to me. What should we do? Hey, let's call out. Ready? Okay, call out something now. Loud and clear. Hello? I'm glad that my microphone works. Who's there? Someone heard you. You did it, Sarge. Are the monsters gone? Get me out of here. It's safe out here. Ko asked us to open this door, so might you be the fortune teller Astrid? Indeed, I am Astrid. Yes, but as a favor to Ko. To look at the map hanging beside the door, simply touch it. I don't know who you are, but would you open this? Yeah, we're missing a torch, though. Thank you. And good luck, because this will be tricky. How tricky, exactly? Yeah, I'm gonna just put that right here. You're not touching the right places. Don't tap just anywhere. Gotta mark the locations. Alright, we'll be back. Well, I'm sorry to hear that your project isn't gonna work out quite as you had hoped, but hopefully you find another artist that will work out for you. Oof. To open the summit gate, you need what the fortune teller has to offer. Whether you believe in her fortunes, however, is up to you. Things have been going... Honestly, I do better in person than doing email, live discussion, video format. I think that's fair. I think most of us usually tend to do things better in person. Okay, we're looking for... Oh. The torch. Oop. Trying to explore the hotkeys for this. Should be another torch somewhere. Where is it at? Is it in this building, maybe? Nope. Actually more committed and comfortable to engage, whether, like an email, you have no time estimated when they're gonna get back to you. Right, yeah. In-person discussions usually... You can usually get a person to commit probably a little bit, more easily in person as well. I feel like we should be able to hop that. Guess not. Let's see. Hmm. It's a lot easier if this guy would just tell me where the last of these torches are at, instead of making me go through all this guesswork. Hmm. Darn it. Approval needed for entry. Is there a torch in here? Ah, that's where it's at. Got it. Okay. Honestly, I have no kind of an estimate on how long this one's going to even take us to play through. Perfect. You touched the right places. Thank you for opening the door. I'm finally free to go outside again. You bested the monsters who guarded me, so you are no ordinary travelers. May I ask your names? Of course. Sarge. It evokes kindness and strength in the same breath. Lovely name. Now tell me, what brought you to our island? A ship. Yes. Sarge is looking for his friend who was taken by the ghost ship. I thought we were being smartasses here. I was kind of hoping that that would just act as a smartass comment. We're hoping that you might have some insights. Is that so? The ghost ship came to our island a few days ago. That's why I was hidden away, to escape its ruinous reach. Speaking of which, I haven't seen KO since then. Astrid about that. Well, KO is... I see. I sensed it. Just as I foresaw, but it was destiny. Well, life has little use for mourning, so KO thought. Shall I tell your fortune? Yes, please. Please await for me upstairs. If any others are with you, please bring them along with you to my chambers. Dear, okay. Assemble yourselves, and I will join you after I make preparations. Okay, lady. Confound it. You'd think that someone who sees the future would be on time. Where is Astrid? Let's get our fortunes told and be done with it. Greetings. Now, if everyone is here, we can begin. Open my eyes to the future, a sinister darkness, the mighty sea, and the voice of sacred light. I see it. I shall speak. Listen with your hearts. If you really want to find the ghost ship, Sarge, you must be ready to clash with the very darkness itself. Knowing that, do you still want to rescue Tetra? Yes. Oh, very nice. The honesty in your eyes is crystal clear. Now make haste to the Temple of Fire on the summit of this island. There you must defeat the power of darkness that haunts that place. You'll then find what you need to open the path that lies ahead of you. You have it within you to alter our doomed course of events, Sarge. But the light that seeks your help is growing faint. Please hurry. Power of darkness, huh? Hey, kid. I just remembered I have to go polish the ship's rudder. Later, kid. Ugh. Sheesh. What's with Lineback? Let's just hope... Let's just let him be and hurry to the temple. Alright, so now we have that special permission. Okay, we can reach the Temple of Fire at the peak through that door. Come on, tap the door to open it. Boink. Alright, and away we go. Not that this looks like it'll be a particularly tall mountain, but, anything... Whoa. Wow! Okay. Look, the volcano is erupting. Watch out for falling rocks. Yeah, there's so much about this game that I'm... Honestly, I don't even remember it. This doesn't even, like, it doesn't ring any bells. It's not even familiar, not even vaguely. That must be the temple, but the entrance is sealed. Sure is. Oh, wait. Do we just... I'm trying to remember. I think we can blow on the... Oh, yep. Okay. that works. Apparently, I don't even really have to blow at it. Now we can enter the temple. We did it, Sarge. Let's go face up to that power of darkness. Hang on. Let's go scope out the rest of the area. Woohoo! There's treasure. 20 whole rupees. Blow out the flames to illuminate the path ahead. Oh, well, we already did that, so. Got it covered. So hot. Oh no, there are flames everywhere. You better not touch them. Don't go and burn yourself, Sarge. Okay. I think we'll just do that anyway. Yep, and just like Wind Waker, this one starts us off with a fire temple. Don't make haste, make note of the one safe path. Right. Okay. It's been a year officially for the song To the Hellfire by Lorna Shore was dropped. I haven't been listening to Lorna Shore all too long, but that's kind of interesting how fast the time goes, huh? Oh, wait. Okay. Let's fix this. I do enjoy Lorna Shore, though. I think they're a pretty good band. Make it a pretty arrow, too. Yeah, the last handful of days, again, I really haven't been listening to a whole ton of metal. It's been kind of coming and going with me. Some days it's all I want to listen to, and other days I just want to listen to my Norse folk playlist. Kind of going through some strange mood swings with that lately. Wonder what that means, but let's make note of it. Go ahead, copy that path by writing it on your map, in case we need it later. Yes, V, we're winning. We are totally winning. Diving into game music a lot. There's a lot of good game music out there for sure. Yeah, I've been enjoying the ones for the video game ones you've been posting lately on the server. Yeah, reminding me of the awesome Castlevania tunes has been pretty cool. Thanks, V. It's good to have that kind of encouragement. That was also winning, by the way. Assassin's Creed, nice. I mean, I have been listening to a lot of Assassin's Creed as well. It's just been Assassin's Creed Valhalla inside my Norse playlist. So, to be fair, Elder Scrolls, Zelda, Devil May Cry, Metal Gear, and Castlevania. I have playlists for all except for Metal Gear and Devil May Cry from that same list. It is insanely long. I did everything, got the platinum, and I did the first of the DLC portions for Ireland, Wrath of the Druids. So far, my total playtime in Assassin's Creed Valhalla is up to 186 hours. So yeah, it's a pretty long game. I do love Elder Scrolls music. Morrowind does have some pretty good tunes, but, you know, I feel like I actually do need to play Morrowind so that I can better appreciate the music in that one. But, yeah, I'd say definitely it's... definitely got some great music to it. Where's that YouTube channel link? Like I said, V, I've only got 2 videos currently on it, and when I have more on it, I will be sure to have that link for you. Don't worry, you'll have it. Music from The Witcher 3. I have not listened to the music from Witcher 3, so I don't have an opinion on that one. I do have the Witcher games. I have the, yeah, I have 1 and 2 on PC, and the third one on PS4/PS5. Ooh, got a boomerang. This item follows the path you draw on the screen. A boomerang. Know how to throw it? Tap the icon. Nice. Yeah, I think I get it. Whoa. Okay. Don't worry, V. I haven't forgotten about you. I actually just got those first 2 videos uploaded today, too. So it's... Oh. I did not mean to... Oh, I can... Oh, shoot. Have no idea why that's even relevant, but okay. Oh, I see, okay. There are no treasure chests on this floor. That's good to know. Oh, right. Okay. Forgot we can use the boomerang for, making nice little trick shots. Oh, it shortcuts us back around to the, beginning again. Okay. Fun or obnoxious? Trying to decide still. There's literally hardly any part that we've done so far that I actually truly remember. Gosh. Well, that was lucky. Talk about those boomerang skills. I'd rather not. Thank you. I'd rather talk about the, me falling straight into the lava. I will say that this is a lot easier to play on a DS than it is to play, on the computer with a mouse. The Florida Sergeant. Something like that, yeah. Jeez. There we go. All that work for 20 rupees, huh? There we go. Wow. Heck, okay. Dude, just calm down, would you? And here we go. I don't think I'm doing too bad, considering I don't really remember a lot about this one. I don't even know what these are. Let's see. Can we, And that's how I did it last time. Hope it'll work again. There we go. Come on. This is gonna be finicky, isn't it? That works. It's almost more like it does it automatically. Like it picks up a certain frequency. Or something. We have to do these in a certain order, huh? There we go. There might have been something that tells us what that pattern was supposed to be, but I think we just guessed it and got lucky. Did press this time around when I played it back then. Blow harder. Might need to. Yep, it's got some interesting mechanics. The next one will be even more so, because the next game will feature panpipes, and I'll actually have to blow into the microphone like I'm trying to play panpipes. Blowing the mic like a cartridge that's very Commander-like. Oh, yes. Yeah, this game's got a lot of interesting interactive things in it. That's for sure. Boing oing, the number of treasure chests left in here is 1. Cost you 20 rupees to see where that treasure is. Sure, why not? Make a note of it on your map. I think we're gonna get it, but okay. Wonk. I'm going to erase it now. Go ahead. Oh, what's this? It looks so ominous. That would be a lock. Whoop. Seriously, pal? Jeez. Yeah, with this game and the next one, Spirit Tracks, they really tried to use as much from the 3DS functions as possible. There's even a puzzle that's coming up that will require us to quote-unquote close the top screen down, which obviously I'm not going to be able to do on an emulator. There should be a function that allows us to put it into sleep mode to more or less mimic that same thing, but when all 3 torches are lit, the path will be revealed. Okay. There we go. Can we jump that? The answer is no. No, we cannot. There we go. Now, this game had an interesting multiplayer about it as well. You could do a PvP point collector. Power and I would play it a few times, actually, back when we were quite a bit younger. Back when we were actually playing this on a DS. Fourth floor. Oh, look, it's giving us hearts. This temple protects the spirit of power. Wow. Step into the blue light to return to the temple's entrance. Seems like a good place to save, actually. So maybe we'll do that. I can feel an evil presence lingering at the top of these stairs. Be careful, okay, Sarge? Sure will. This is probably going to be one of those scenes where this is going to look a little weird with our current schematic. Blaze, Master of Fire. Okay. Oh, okay, I get it. 1, 2, 3. And attack. I'm a little surprised we didn't take very much damage from that. Okay. Not recombining right. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Jeez. You're just gonna keep moving around me, huh? Oof. Hopefully this is it. There we go. Mouse fight! It's been turned to dust. Mar sand. I mean, this is the first time we've got sand. Don't tell Anakin. Nani? Ah, just like that, we have another fairy. Pocket sand! The unspoken fifth element. I am Leaf. Leaf? Why are you named Leaf if you came from a volcano? Spirit of power, I serve the Ocean King. I owe you thanks for defeating that evil wizard. You broke the seal, so now I'm free. Look, Sarge, it's the Spirit of power, Leaf. This must all be what Astrid was talking about. Please, help us. We need your strength. I was locked away with the Ocean King years ago. Now I can't feel the Ocean King's presence. I wonder what happened to him. If I come with you, maybe I can find out. If you need it, I will gladly lend a hand. That ought to be real interesting, considering you have no hands. But sure, yeah, why not? Nintendo is smoking some fairy pixel dust. I know, right? The Spirit of Power Leaf has joined your group. You should go tell Astrid. Yeah, I too would like to know how that works. Heart container! Increased your life by 1 and refilled your hearts. Huzzah! Volcano has stopped erupting, Sarge. I'll bet it's because you defeated all the monsters, Sarge. Come on, let's tell Astrid.
Okay. Oh, Astrid.
Oh, ow. Tech-tyke. Get bent. Tech-tyke, no tech-tyking. That's not her house. Hey, kid. So you were able to defeat all the monsters? Well, Astrid is waiting. Well done. You defeated the power of darkness, Sarge. Thus you've broken the seal that imprisoned the spirit you need to move ahead. Ultimately, you will need 3 spirits: power, wisdom, and courage. Boy, I didn't see that coming. When you have all 3, you will possess the power to find the ghost ship. Now 2 spirits remain, but their locations are veiled to me at present. I see another clue for you to find the Temple of the Ocean King on Murkay. And to further your efforts, I give you this. May it help you in battle. You got a power gem. It radiates power, but you can't use it like this. Sort in the collection screen. That's a spirit gem. There are many for each spirit. Find as many as you can. I see that somewhere on the seas you can raise a spirit's power for 10 gems. The light that seeks your aid grows weaker still. There's no time to lose. You actually did it. Now we're even closer to getting rich, Sarge. Hoo-ha! I'm excited. Ugh, he's so self-centered. Well, I sense that man will prove to be an asset and not an anchor. In time. I hope you're right. Okay. Let's quickly set sail back to Murkay Island, Sarge. I believe that's the one we started at, right? Pretty sure. It's taking so long. I was about to leave you here, Sarge. What, Linebeck? What are you going on about? I suspect that we're hot on the trail of untold wealth. Don't you suspect that the light that needs finding is really a shiny treasure? I really don't think so. Anyway, let's head back to Murkay Island. Yeah. Haven't you forgotten anything? Haven't forgotten anything, have you? Okay, let's be off. Pretty sure we haven't forgotten anything. I mean, there was that one treasure chest on that one island, but I'm over it. Okay. I want to check out Beetle's ship first, but after that, we will for sure, for sheezy, go back to Murkay. So what do we think of this game so far, guys? I mean, I'm enjoying myself, but that's because it's a Zelda game. Despite the fact that I have to play it completely with a mouse. Want to board this ship? Sure. Reaper! How's it going, my good friend? It is very pixely. Good morning to you. Must have been time for the little one to wake the family, right? Ideal in anything and everything. What are you looking for, huh? I must know. Just tap on your... make a selection. Pink coral. This price is crazy. Yes, it is. I will not be buying that. What is this? Ooh, a ship part. The Demon Prison. 600 rupees. Now's the time to buy. I wish that I could afford that right now. Demon ship is actually one of the better ship builds in this game. Trying to wake up, but otherwise good. It's good to hear. Yep, we just finished the first dungeon of the game. So, making our way to this island over here, Murkay Island. No, I don't want to board that. Stop. I mean, at least it's not as pixelated as the Oracle games. We have that in our favor. At least. Yeah, DS games can be a little hard to look at, especially with running them through emulators. But I mean, it was either this or try to figure out some kind of a rig so that you guys can watch from a top-down view while I play the game with my hands. That would just kind of be a little weird, I think. Nope. This dude's not here. Can I afford bombs? What is everybody doing? Bridge is back up at least until the next quake ruins my day. I feel like everybody's just standing around looking in the same direction. Normally see sailors coming and going, but rumors that the ghost ship has returned have all but shut down our harbor. Except for the one brave soul who recently docked his ship, that is. Yes, I think you're right. I think emulation was definitely the way to go here. How much for bombs? Don't have a bomb bag. Okay, that answers that question. Thieving bastard just took a rupee from me. Okay, so that thing I said about this game before when we were talking about this one, My biggest complaint with this game has a lot to do with this bloody temple right here. Because it makes us come and go through here so many times, and it resets every time we leave. So it's just obnoxious, really. Hey, wait. Wait. If you push yourself that hard from the beginning, you won't last. I understand wanting to hurry, but don't waste your energy. Don't forget that this cursed temple can suck the life out of you. I know we have to search for clues to find the spirits, but we need some kind of strategy. Just don't end up like this. Hey, you know, I mean, if you say you want to go it alone, then who am I to stop you? What? You're trying to put all the work on Sarge again. If you know it's dangerous, shouldn't you be helping too? Well, yeah, kid, the temple is a little dangerous, not a place for, kids. If you go in, well, you might not make it very far. That's not exactly true. What? Grandpa, I'm impressed you managed to free the spirit of power. You are strong. Even if you follow the ghost ship, you will be fine. Sarge. Get up on that altar. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Hey! It's an hourglass. Wow. Now, Sarge, take the hourglass. Wow. That was bizarre. You got the Phantom Hourglass. They said it! We're done. Roll credits, we're done here. It's a mysterious hourglass filled with golden sand. You now hold the legendary Phantom Hourglass, Sarge. As long as you carry it, this temple cannot drain the life from you. Woohoo! As long as we have this, we can search for clues for the spirit. However, you are only safe as long as the sand remains in the top of the Phantom Hourglass. When all the sand has drained to the bottom, your life too will be drained. It's an hourglass. Can't you just flip it over again? No. In short. Rude. Once the Sand of Hours has drained, its power is lost. It needs the light of the sun to restore its mystical power. Boy, ain't that convenient. Ah, I get it. So we have to go outside the temple again. The sand inside the Phantom Hourglass is called the Sand of Hours. The beast you defeated in the Temple of Fire held some grains of it. It is said to be made of force gems of the Great Spirit, the Ocean King. It gives deep strength to whoever holds its power. Ah, force gems. Good old force gems. Who did not love force gems? Yeah, I just barely realized that my box here takes up more space than it should. Make myself a little smaller, I suppose. There we go. For the more sand you place in the hourglass, the longer its power will last. The sea chart we found in this temple showed where to find the captured spirit. If that's the case, then the location of the other two spirits. I bet there's another clue hidden somewhere in this temple. I just know it. I won't stop you, Sarge. Dive deeper into this mystery, but keep the Phantom Hourglass in hand. Remember how Astrid was saying that the sacred light was fading? We've got to hurry, Sarge. So how do you know so much, old man? That long story is not yet ready to surface, but all will come in time. For now, you must find the ghost ship. That's right, a mountain of treasure awaits, ready to leap into my pockets. Hop to it, Sarge. Put some steam in your engines and get exploring this temple, kid. Man, making such demands. Hey, the temple is easy as long as you have that Phantom Hourglass, right? Quit standing around and hurry, Sarge. Man, making demands. Should make Linebeck go in. He's got 10 minutes. Sarge, look at the upper left corner of the top screen. This is how long the Phantom Hourglass will protect you from the curse. Find the next clue to the ghost ship before the sand runs out, then escape. What's up, Vagrant? We are just making our way through into Phantom Hourglass. One of my least favorite of the Zelda games. How you doing this evening? That's it. Without the sand, you will start to... without the sand, it will start to suck the life out of you. Remember to keep an eye on the time you've got left. I think we can handle it. Oh, you caught the VOD? Nice. Yep, we're not too far in. We're literally just past the first dungeon, so not too bad. I mean, the humor in it is pretty good, at the very least. It does have some good story-driven parts of it. So, yeah, I do like that. Jeopardy theme intensifying. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. This is the door power. Use my strength to open it. Tap the door, and let's go even deeper into the temple. Okay. Let's not delay. Yeah, if I'm being completely honest, I kind of wish that we were doing Spirit Tracks right now. I much preferred Spirit Tracks over this one, but it is what it is. Alright. Forgot about these bastards. Hey, it's an enemy. You know what to do. Wait, Sarge. The evil that cursed this temple made these monsters. Phantoms are very dangerous enemies. Their armor is nearly impenetrable, and they strike very hard. Does that mean you can't defeat them? There has to be a way. Well, all you can do is sneak by the Phantoms so they don't see you. You can watch their movements on your map. This is where the Phantoms are. The cone shows where they are looking. So we have to sneak around like thieves, huh? What if we're seen? If they see you, run straight for a safe zone. By safe zone, do you mean those purple spaces on the ground? Oh yeah, the sand stopped moving in the hourglass when we were in one. That's right, those purple tiles on the floor are safe zones. This temple's curse makes it a dangerous place, but it's not all bad. Those safe zones remain as places that evil can't get to. Okay, so if a phantom spots you, just run to a safe zone. That's easy. Right, Sarge? Sure, if you say so. Yeah, Spirit Tracks will be next after this one. And we'll be right here, Reaper. Safe commute. Let's go, Sarge. Don't let a phantom see you. Okay. Probably should not open all the jars. Oh, you would be timed. Sheet. Been spotted. Quick, run to a safe zone. That's a good thing they just completely disappear on us. Ugh, 10 minutes of dialogue. Yeah, no kidding. Man, I'm not even sure where these torches are at, or where all the switches are at that we need to be hitting. Any across the way this way? No? Hmm. Oh, I know what we're supposed to do. Oh, please. There we go. Got it. So, Vagrant, how's your last couple weeks been? I think it's been a couple weeks since we chatted with you last. I remember we were chatting while working on some Twilight Princess HD. I was actually rewatching some of my previous VODs earlier today. Break a red pot to spill its magical contents on the floor. Stand in the puddle to conceal yourself. Not a lot's changed. That's fair. Sure is a good thing that they can just walk through these spaces. Went to Pride. Taking care of puppies. Nice. Yeah, Kyo was at Pride. She went with a handful of friends. Again, with opening the things I don't need to be opening. Yeah, I had to take care of DLC. Otherwise, I probably would have gone. There we go. Sorry, this is just a little bit more sensitive than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, well, I haven't been running D&D lately. I stopped running my homebrew a little while ago. My sister was just extraordinarily busy, and then she just had a baby. She's saying earlier today that she might be able to get back into it again, provided if Drill wants to as well, and we can get everybody back on board with it. We might play it again. There's definitely some maybe factors in there. Just want a game of Apex? Is that one, kind of, Battle Royale style? Oh, shoot. Ah, very nice. Congrats. Drill, what do you think about continuing D&D? Is that something that you'd be interested in doing? Will this work? I have no idea if this is going to work or not. I don't think so. Use my boomerang on the darknet. The thing is that he'd have to be standing there. I can't. Oh, you're saying okay. Oh no, that's not gonna work, bro. Oh, but that will. Don't mind me. Get it eventually. Hey, we all have our moments, okay? The added stress of having to manage my timer. Makes me a little brain dead sometimes. Clue to the ghost ship rests on this floor, just a little farther. That's good, not too much further then. Who knew the contents of the yellow pots restore time to the hourglass? If only I had the hourglass, maybe things would have been different. Woohoo! Yes, add 30 seconds. Multiplayer? Yeah, I remember it. Speaking of that multiplayer. You got a force gem. I wonder what you're supposed to do with it. That is a force gem, stolen from the Ocean King by the hands of evil. You'll need the power of force gems to open a door and delve deeper. So what are you supposed to do with this force gem? I can see it over there. There are pedestals where the force gems go. Convenient. Place all force gems here and the door will open. Oh, and all you have to do is take the force gems there. Oh. Be careful, you'll move a lot slower when you're carrying a big force gem. If Phantom sees you and you don't think you can get away, don't be a hero. Drop the force gem and run to a safe zone. Simple. Look out for phantoms and lug those force gems around. Ooh, yeah, that's a lot slower. I want to pull this. Yeah. I believe Reaper has a certain disposition towards multiplayer games. One that sounds all too familiar to myself. Okay. Getting somewhere. And yet you agreed to play one with me in the morning. Whoop. Fits the theme. That's fair. It is a fun game. I actually find that I do enjoy it, despite the fact that I'm really bad at it. Drill, on the other hand, Drill's just kind of nuts. Yep, Battlefront. Reaper is actually about to finish his... he's going to be finishing up on Clone Wars pretty soon. Alright, so this is probably not how this is supposed to work, but we're going to do it anyway. There we go. Got really good towards the end. Yeah, it got phenomenal in the last few seasons. So you're still probably working your way through season 6, right? He just finished season 5. Oh, and we were talking about stuff in season 6. Huh? Wait, there's no fog in this room. Look, the hourglass has stopped, and your life force isn't being drained. This place isn't cursed yet. I think we can finally relax. Oh, if only. I think we get another sea chart here, right? Northwestern sea chart. Ah. Hey, and explore a new area of the sea. Got another sea chart, but it looks different from the last one. Maybe now we can explore new areas of the sea. Let's show Linebeck. At least we don't have to climb our way out. That'd just piss me off. Oh yeah, Maulin Savage. That was pretty cool. That was a really good arc. I really enjoyed that one. And it definitely sets up for some other stuff that's been taking place as well. Alright, so I'm gonna assume we go back to the ship now, right? I'm gonna save. Yeah, here we go. Hey, True Bunnycorns, how's it going? Oh. Oh, hey. Hey, you. Does that ship of yours have a cannon? Nope. They make sea life easier, or at least louder. That's about all I know. I heard you can get them from a guy named Edo on an isle to the south. It's good to know. Getting Burger Bar. Very nice. Burger Bar is pretty good. I haven't been there in a good minute, though. Hey, you actually made it back. Find the sea chart? It's a theme I haven't heard in a long time. I got lost in another train of thought, so I've already forgotten which theme. Oh, are you talking about Merkay Island? Linebeck, you're lucky to have us around doing all the hard work. Yes, we found a new sea chart. Hey, let me see that. It's a chart we need to sail into the sea that's up north, but we still don't know the location of the ghost ship. Well, blow me down to the ground. The chart's so dusty I can't read it. Make yourself useful and clean it up, will you, Sarge? Alright, guys. Oh, apparently I can just talk at it, and that seems to work just as well. So we'll just keep talking the dust away. Or maybe. That's not doing very much. Wow. Yeah, blowing doesn't seem to do anything. I wonder. Nope. Yeah, it's supposed to be, I think, just like a big, loud white noise. Yeah, it's like blowing on it should work, but it just doesn't. Just go. Hey, well, that worked. Did indeed work. Good thinking, Drill. Hey, look. I mean, I knew it all along. I knew it was hidden there. We'll have to remember that one. The next time we need to blow stuff, we'll just start at it. That'll work. I've always had a sixth sense for such things. We aren't falling for it, Lineback. You didn't know that was there. Don't pretend to know what I don't know. Anyway, I bet a spirit's right there. So, let's go to that island. Okay, then. Once we set sail, I'll explain how we get to the Northwest Sea. Let's be off. Okay. Climb aboard. The open sea calls. Screeching. Hey, I mean, it's just the way that this microphone is configured, you know. It's the DS's microphone was not particularly great, and so a lot of its input signals for this stuff, for like the blowing, and it was really just looking for like a ton of like a certain frequency in white noise. So depending on what you hit is exactly what. Yeah, it had more to do with frequency rather than an air, you know, air pressure thing. So now that we have a new sea chart, let's set a course north and explore. I'll tell you what I know about to navigate our way up there. The sea chart, the Northwest Sea covers a whole area north of here. To reach it, you must draw our next leg on the Northwest Sea chart. Neat, huh? Let's see. So it said that we needed to visit an isle. Cannon Island. Let's go see if we can get ourselves a cannon. I'd like to do that first. Yeah, that DS mic really did suck. I love how Nintendo was all like, you can even chat your friends through it. And it's like, no. No, you can't. You can pretend, but no, you absolutely could not chat friends through that microphone. Absolutely not. You guys remember PictoChat? PictoChat. Yeah, that was a thing. You can't read it from here. Bomb Garden and Edo's Garage. How could I forget? They dedicated a Smash map to it. That does make it hard to forget. Nice to meet ya, and not like I don't want to greet ya, but I'm here to deliver your mail. Not to talk your ear off. Yep, the postman lives for special delivery. And your name is? Got it right here. Isn't it Sarge? I'm sure I'll be carrying special deliveries for you at some point. So I'd appreciate it if you didn't, you know, shoot me with the slingshot. Thanks for understanding. I may also need you to sign for deliveries. Thanks. On that note, see you around. What a strange person. I bet they wish they could forget it. Oh, I know, right? Ah, the beard's going away, huh? We've come to Edo's Garage. That is Master Edo's shop. I'm Fuzo, his apprentice. And you? Oh, nice to meet you, Sarge. What? You want a cannon? Sorry, little guy, but we don't have any ready to sell. Not yet. Master's working on one, though, so he's withdrawn to his workroom. Yup, he's gone and locked himself in there until he's done concentrating. If you really, really, really want a cannon, then go speak with the master. You can go around the island to reach the back door. Dangerous, though. The back door is never locked, so that's your ticket to meet the master. I'll be happy to open the gate that leads to the rest of the island. Follow me. Rip Drill's beard of, what, like 3 months? I think. Pretty sure that's where you're at with it, right? Yeah, F's in the chat for beard. Oy. I need a different angle to work with, but I don't know if this is gonna work. Let's see. So this guy just opens up the gate, even though it says, or he said that it has dangerous monsters. No, I've never been able to grow much more than just chin hair. I get a little bit for the towards the mustache, but only up to about right here, and then I just can't ever do anything else with it. Yes, I do recall you with your beard. Actually, for me, it's almost weird to see you clean shaven, so I'm much more used to your beard. Where be a fortune amid the beehives? Ow. Spin! Punk! Sure, yeah, jump in the water. That's what I wanted. Man, that spin attack does not like me. Man, I'm gonna straight up die here. Ooh, that was almost bad for me. Can we toss it over this fence, you suppose? Yes, as a matter of fact, we can. I think we gotta pull this one all the way down. Death by bee. Oh, I know, right? Some slight flashback to, oh, wow. We just got completely lucky there. Flashing back a little bit to the, Link to the Past. Thanks, Vagrant. Oh, there it is. Man, I would love a rail controller for this one. That's a shame. Save progress. End game? No. Do not end the game. I'm enjoying it still. Ow. Oh my gosh. Click on things for targeting strikes. Okay. Targeted strikes. Attempts targeted strike. Cannot make targeted strike. This place just looks like a recipe for disaster. Oh, now we find hearts. Oh, Keo. You're supposed to rest, babe. Whoa. Okay. I don't think it's Rona this time. I mean, can't ever say for sure without taking a test. We do have some tests if it's a concern, but I don't know how much of it is. Yeah, honestly, if it's Rona again, I don't, I don't know. Like, I know that we're supposed to lock down and everything for it anymore, but really it's going to be just as common as the flu going forward, so, you know, there's only so much you can do to prevent getting it. Unfortunately. I have not played the Fallout series. From what I've seen of them, they do look fun, but I just haven't ever gotten around to really checking them out. I know Reaper likes the Fallout series. Yes, yes, I'm the owner of this shop, Edo. What do you want? What? You demand a cannon? You impress me. You brave this dangerous isle for one of my cannons. For a sea shrimp, you've got a good eye. Then know that my cannons are works of explosive art crafted from choice parts, so you'd better believe that you're going to cough up big rupees for one. Have you the guts to hear how much? Yes. Don't blame me if you drop a load of rupees in my shop. Ready? I'll say it. Get ready, guy. I'm serious. I'm gonna say it. It's going for the steep price of 50 rupees. You big enough to pony up 50 whole rupees? Stunned? Yeah, did you think you were dealing with small potatoes here? Ha! I mean, 50 rupees would buy you a whole lot of the good life on this isle. No one could blame you if you can't buy it. Yes, sir. What? Where'd you get 50 rupees? Doesn't matter, I guess, just as long as you cough up the cash. Okay, take it. You got the cannon. This part of Edo fits on the deck of your ship. Next, I'm going to devise a salvage arm that can pull treasure from the seafloor. See you later, shrimp. Just use that door there to get back to the dock. I think I shall, but I'm also kind of curious about the area that I saw before. It just de-aged by 10 years. Are you a teen again? I mean, by 10 years probably means you're actually more like, probably look 11 again. Okay, so there was a area back here. Yeah, here we go. Got a treasure map. I don't think we can do anything about that until we pick up some, or pick up that salvage arm, though. These! Right, mailbox. What's in here? Special delivery. Watch out. Incoming. This is a letter from the postmaster to you, Sarge. Ahem. Here's what it says. To Sarge. If you're getting this, I guess that my new postman is working out. So far. So, I'd like to make an unusual request. Here's as good as a new hire gets. Oh, he's as good as a new hire gets. He's as diligent and efficient as they come. I've got no complaints. I want to keep it that way, so be nice to the postman. He really is a good kid, from the postmaster. That sounds like a handwritten letter to me, but, you know, whatever. And that's it. Wow, kind of embarrassing. Not like I wrote it, but it was odd to read out loud. Anyway, sign here, will ya? Yeah, we'll just do... Oh, shoot. Yeah. Wraps it up. See you later. The postmaster? Yeah, he's kind of a little weird. Do you want to set sail? Sure do. Get on board. Full steam ahead. Well, and now that we have a cannon, we'll be able to defend ourselves. Better head to the Northwest Sea now. Now that we have a big cannon, I'd better show you how to handle that thing. Just tap anything you see, and the cannon fires at it. Have a blast with it, kid. Perfect. Oh, I forgot you can actually shoot the seagulls with it. Wow. There's a cyclone ahead of us here, too. Sure hope it stays out of our way. Goodbye, seagull. Apparently we can't go that way. What was that? Madness, I tell you. Well, it looks like we can't head up north that way, at least for the time being. We better try another route. What a pain. Yeah, we'll try that way. Tried to recapture Wind Waker's magic. Just totally missed it. Yeah, it kind of does feel that way, doesn't it? Yeah, it's definitely no Wind Waker. It's okay. It's not wonderful, but you know, there are worse Zelda games than this one. It's weird things we call C-Trap just emerged, Sarge. We're on a collision course, so 2 options: blast each end or jump the thing. Time it right and tap the jump arrow at the bottom of the screen to leap. Zelda 2. Zelda 2 was terrible. Did not enjoy that one. The Oracle games are also not my favorite. You liked the Oracle games? A lot of people do think of the Oracle games as having a lot of charm, but I just don't particularly care for them. Still got the CDI ones unexplored. Yeah, we're not going there, Reaper. We are not going there. Hang on a moment, Sarge. Look. Could that be the... As a matter of fact, it is. Huge fan of Link's Awakening. I mean, I like the new one, definitely. Like, excuse me, princess. It has surfaced at last. The ghost ship. I can't believe that we're laying eyes on it. Let's follow it. Let's go get our treasure. Oh, this thing is just gonna keep going north, isn't it? Even the same music with like 3-chord difference. I mean, it's alright. This game's music is fairly reminiscent. This fog is fairly maddening. We gotta follow the ghost ship through the fog. Don't let it escape, Sarge. Go scuttle that blast. Keep us on course, Sarge. Yeah, well, I'm trying here, man. Oof. Treasure's right in front of our noses. Keep us on course. I can't see the enemy that's supposedly coming after us. Ouch. This isn't particularly easy to steer. But what the fuck? This is ridiculous. What? What happened? We were chugging along, making headway there. I think maybe could it be the influence of the ghost ship? Now what did I hear about that? Oh yeah, it's always surrounded by infernal fog. And that fog leads ships horribly astray. I think it's best that we beat a hasty retreat, Sarge. Maybe someone on the nearby islands knows a way through this fog. So now you want me to turn around. You jerk. Bless you, Kyo. Enemy sighted. Maybe. We're gonna go ahead and save again. Probably a good thing that we're going to be docking the ship here in a second. I did think it's a bit interesting that they... Oh, I just sunk us. Dang it. F in the sea. We've officially died more in this than we have in Twilight Princess HD. Oh, I didn't mean to quit it, though. Whoops. I forgot that it plays this back every time you enter back into the game. Hey, Power. Welcome, welcome. Better late than never, right? We are trying to get to the northwest area of the map. And we were following the ghost ship, and didn't quite make it through. Said that we needed to talk to somebody on a nearby island. We have the cannon, but yeah, we need to know what method we need to use in order to get through to the fog. Yes, welcome, welcome. Yeah, current uptime is about 3 hours. How are you doing today, Power? I'm gonna presume tired as usual, but I asked just in case. I figured it was a safe guess. Okay, I don't know what is here, but we'll find out. Mulita Island. Man, there's another letter here for me? Jeez. We can't navigate through the fog, so what are we supposed to do? can't get to the crest location on the chart unless we pass through the fog. What do we do? Do you want to ship out? No. Go take care of things and let's ship out soon. A new face. Welcome to Mulida Island. Lots of island guys are off fishing, but you'll still find many of us at work here. You've seen the Northern Sea lately? That awful fog and the ghost ship. Scary. It's better not to think of the Northwest Sea, or you'll get the shivers. Well, people here seem to know what's up. Boing boing. Want some valuable information? Yes, please. There's a tiny isle in the middle of the 3 boulders south of this isle. It's said that there's a beautiful spring there. This is one of several isles that are not charted on any map. Keep a vigilant eye out while sailing. You never know what you'll find. So they said to the south of here, between the 3 boulders. Cool. Well, we'll check that out at some point. Extra sleepy today? That's okay. Some days you have, or some days are just kind of like that, you know? Now make a note of what I just said. Well, I just did. So, alright, let's start this stupid postman again. Special delivery, watch out, incoming. It's Vagrant's favorite person again. This is a letter from Astrid. Ahem. Oh, I can't wait. Good tidings to you, Sarge. Thank you for your recent help. Try as I might to express my gratitude in words, I cannot do it justice. If there is anything that I can do in return, please stop by the Isle of Ember. I know that someone of my modest means might have little to offer, but I believe that I can at least show you the way should you become lost. Sincerely, Astrid. And that's the end of it. Got all that, sir? Then I'm out of here. Let's look at the stone tablet. The guy who lives nearby, Romanos, had a father who scattered these here. They're left as a testament to his trip to the Isle of Gust, but they're a big nuisance. Wayfarer's words number 2. I made my way through the fog to the North Sea, where I first spied the island. What a place ravaged by winds. How could I name it anything but the Isle of Gust? Think there might be more here than people are letting on, huh? I tried sailing through the foggy passage to the North Sea, tried and failed. I found myself sailing back to the same point, so I abandoned my voyage. Okay, so we need to find all of these tablets, I would think. Now, I'm pretty sure, depending on what you buy from which shop... Oop. We can't do anything with arrows right now. Some things are more expensive in other places, if I'm remembering correctly. And depending on where you buy things, you can sell them for a premium later. At least that's what I remember, anyway. It has been a very long time since I've played this game. Need something, kid? What, you want to travel to the Isle of Gust? Please don't tell me you're going your own way, too. Yes. Oh, really? Do it your way? Go your own way? What a bunch of garbage. All this endless babbling about living with a lust for adventure. Can that put food on the table? Can that make your family happy? Going your own way is no way to survive in this life. My way's a lot better. Staying home, eating cheese. That's the life. Yeah, the Isle of Gust, don't say another word about it. Figure it out yourself and get out of here. Jeez. Wait, kid, come back. You told me to get lost. Playing all these games from memory, or are you able to use guides? I mean, I can use guides. I've previously used a guide for a couple of them, but not usually for the story stuff. I usually only use guides for extras, just because sometimes I don't remember all of the details behind them. But, you know, the The thing about these playthroughs is that they're not supposed to be like 100% on my own or anything like that. So it's just that I wanted the opportunity to showcase the entire series all the way through, but I try to figure out the story stuff myself at the very least. Except for the Oracle games. The Oracle games I straight up did use guides for, because there were some segments of those games that were so back and forth that I had no idea where I was going and got kind of confused. And some things in those games are in places that I would never have thought to check. Sorry to unload all that on you, kid. It's just that my dad used to say lots about going his own way to explore, and I got fed up with him. My dad used to talk about getting through the fog and seeing the Isle of Gust. He said something about a specific route for getting through the foggy passage, but only he knew which way to go. There's a cave behind our house where my dad used to escape all the time. He called it his hideaway. You might find more details in there. But it's dangerous in there, so take care of yourself, kid. I'm on the off chance that we need to remember where each of these tablets are at. I think I better mark them on my map. So this is Wayfarers number 2. Oh, actually I need the local map, not the sea chart. There we go. That does not look like a 2 at all. Sure. Fair criticism. I don't mean to criticize the Oracle games, because they really were good for their, for their time and for what they are, being Game Boy games. But yeah, there's stuff in them that if you don't know to look for it, you won't find it. Things like there's a very specific space that you have to dive into that is not labeled. And it's like if you don't dive in there, you don't find the gem that you need in order to unlock one of the gates or something like that. And it's stuff like that. That's like you're gonna maybe happen upon it, maybe. But if you don't happen upon it, it can be hours. Literally hours wasted searching for this thing, high and low, all over the land. So that was number 2. This is number 1. Redraw that 2. See if I can do one better. 2. There we go. That looks like a 2. Oh, and I did need a guide for Zelda 2, because there are hidden walls in the last dungeon that, if you don't know where they are, you'll never make it through. That game is already exceedingly difficult anyway. I am inclined to agree. I enjoy it to an extent, but I don't love it. That's for sure. You mustn't go into that cave. Dangerous monsters have been seen in there lately. Now be a good boy, don't go anywhere near it. Oh, what? Well, if my son has said it's all right, then go on in. There's no stopping you, is there? But please, don't do anything too dangerous. Lady Danger is my middle name. This spot looks suspicious. Yeah, I don't really have any love for Zelda 2, that's for sure. Whoa. Well, we missed. There we go. 20 rupees. That's not bad. It's like those old cartoons where the wall is slightly different color. Yeah, this spot right here. Yep. Anything that's actually interactable or what's going to happen in the show in those old style cartoons. You can always tell what they're about to use because the thing that they are about to use is drawn on there differently than the rest of everything else. I think the ones that kill me is Scooby-Doo, watching them like go through a running animation and you can just see the background like loop over on itself. So they're not really making any progress as they chase down a street that looks like the same 3 or 4 buildings over and over and over again. Well then, what's in here? We got a shovel. I haven't seen any clues about how to get through the foggy passage. There's a book on the desk, Sarge. Go and tap it to read it. Yeah, it's probably going to tell me about this shovel, huh? My journal. I'm writing this while I'm in a private space I call my hideaway. Whenever I'm here, I find myself utterly at peace. And it will stay that way only as long as I know that no one will interrupt me. Now, I do have one more hideaway, and no one will ever find the entrance. It's under the spot where the lines drawn between my stone tablets intersect. It's brilliant, if I do say so myself. Okay, items. Yeah, like that. Got a big green rupee. Crystal got home from work somehow. Sounds good. Enjoy your evening with Crystal and Red, with your family. Sorry, I went brain dead there for a minute. And be sure to tell everybody hello for me. And I'll chat with you later. What is happening here? Dear emulator, chill out. That was super bizarre. Okay. Oh, I absolutely agree. The having to play this with a mouse is a little... It's a little obnoxious, not gonna lie. Oh, cool. That just loops back around to the beginning. Wayfarer's words number 3. But the Isle of Gust was only one of many islands beyond that foggy passage. Alright, so we need to mark this one as number 3. I will see them all. It's my life stream. It's the only way to live. Let's see. Wayfarer's words number 4. What a discovery. On the Isle of Gust, a temple reached into the sky itself. But a temple to what? For whom? My curiosity must be satisfied. Okay, so that's number 4. Okay, so if we go 1 to 4 and 2 to 3. Assuming that's what it means when it says that all of these converge, so we should dig somewhere around here, I think. might be a minute. That wasn't too bad. Got a treasure map. That's 2. We won't be able to pull that up without a salvage arm, though. To my son, here's the only way to sail through the foggy passage. There it is. There we have it. Okay, so first we need to come up this way, between these rocks, back down this way, do a loop-de-loop here, up, over, and under. Yeah, perfect. I think we got what we needed. Hello. There's a strange sun emblem on that door, Sarge. Wonder if we can open it. Try to touch the door. We don't have a key. That didn't work. It's not opening, but there's something about this crest that tickles my memory. Why don't you draw this emblem on your map so we remember it later? You want me, someone who is inept at drawing in the first place, to draw with a computer mouse? Oy, okay. You know what, guys? We're getting a star. Maybe. If I can even do that much. Okay. That's just gonna have to do. Alright, so now that we have the way through, we should be able to make our way up and out. What? You actually know how to reach the Northern Sea? The route was written on a map, was it? Please tell me you wrote that on our chart. So, did you write it down? Yep. How about we shove off, then? The fog awaits. Alright, here we go again. Shoot. Oof, yeah, got me. Nice shot. Why'd you have to shoot me like that? See you around the pond. Pretty sure the frogs allow us to warp later when we have a certain slate. Alright, here we go. Moon's reaction to close the DS puzzle. We have not done that one yet. I do remember that puzzle, but I don't remember when it happens. It might be... I didn't think it was terribly far into the game. Might be chart number 3, actually. It is certainly a strange one, that's for sure. Oops. So we need to be keeping a closer eye on this stuff, huh? So I think that's all we needed in order to get out of that area. So now that we're through the fog... Oh yeah. Yeah, once we get the warping ability, that will be super helpful. Welcome back, Troopinicorns. Made it through. Horrible fogs. The sun again. It's so bright. So with my new build, I've got everything, oh, please. Ow. That was rude. Got just about everything put into it that needs to be. The only thing that's not in it yet is the capture card. So I gotta put in the new internal capture card, and then I think pretty much be full-fledged. And then I just have to iron out the kinks for the for OBS Studio, and once that's all squared away, we're pretty much all set up on this machine. I might be making some other modifications as we go as well, but we'll see. We finally made it to the island. But this is sure one gusty isle. Yep, surely this has got to be one of the isle. It has got to be the Isle of Gust. So, you little green parrot, how about you go and fly off in search of our next spirit? I can't get all the ship parts anymore. There were some parts that were tied to the multiplayer, huh? Am I remembering that correctly? Isle of Gust, beware of great winds. Picking up Paxton. Very nice. Oh, I just got home from picking up Paxton. Yeah, but once I can verify that my new internal capture card works perfectly and gets all set up properly, then I will know for sure that I will no longer need the mirror box. Something I'm definitely looking forward to kicking to the curb. I've kind of got a game picked out to debut that with as well. I'm thinking I might take a small break for one game to play something else. Just, oh shoot. It's just kind of like a little detour, a little intermission from all the Zelda that we've been doing. Shouldn't take any more than a stream or two to do as well. It is a game I've done before, or I haven't done on stream before, but I have played the game before. Some of you guys know Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. Viking psychological horror game. I really love that game. And I've just really been in the mood to play it again, especially after watching The Northman last night. So, yeah, I'm thinking I very well might likely try Hellblade as our debut test for the internal capture card. I might be able to do local multiplayer. I don't know. I'm not sure what all I would be able to do through this emulator. Got a courage gem. Wayfarer's Journal. You never know where the wayfaring winds will take you next. After months upon this windy isle, I discovered smaller islands nearby, but my big discovery, the one that sets my heart aflutter, the mermaid. That is where my wayfaring destiny takes me next. Interesting. So we've got something that's supposed to be up here. And something sitting down here. I'm not terribly worried about it. It looks like we can purchase the demon's ship parts. That was my preferred ship anyway. My preferred build. I guess we do need to go this way. Oop. Leaving? I get you all the way here, and now you're stuck or something. With all this wind around, there's gotta be a way forward. Yeah, you little green parrot, go ride the wind when you feel a breeze at your back. But if you really want to go, should I raise anchor? Pretty sure that we have to. Oh, I see what I missed. I think. Figures. There we go. All right. Best ship parts are randomized per playthrough, other than the gold ones you get from doing well in multiplayer always being the best option. Might be in a playthrough where the entire demon set sucks. Really? Huh, that's unfortunate. The demon's ship parts were, yeah, I really liked them. They were in my playthrough. I'm pretty sure I've actually only played this game through all the way once before. I don't think I've played it twice, just once. And when I played it through, the demon's ship parts gave me all but one of the hearts, that's the gold parts. offered. Holy moly. Also randomized where you get all the parts. Huh. Well, I definitely did not know that. Dudes. Gets the bents. Got another treasure chart. Okay. Power of being a looking up random stuff addict. That's all good. It's kind of helpful to have that information. Right. I forgot we can push some of the push some of that back down. Found another power gem. I mean, I think there's a certain amount of joy to pick apart a game and understand it fundamentally. Understand what the developers did in order to make certain parts of the game work the way that it does. That information is actually very fascinating. As somebody who dabbled in game development personally, I gotta say that learning about games and how they work in order to make one changed my perception on games. And I still, even though I haven't done game development stuff in probably 13 years now, I definitely still look at games that same way, kind of interested in understanding how things work and why they work. But I like to play the game during that process, so. Okay, we need a guest here. A guest here. And a guest here. I don't know what this says. The hero must blow on the 3 sacred windmills to open the path forward. Oh, that's what we're doing. Okay. Whoa! I'd completely forgotten about this punk. Sand creatures devour whatever they find, so feed them bombs, then you'll have a chance at survival. Heck. Got lucky there. Nope, not that one. Shoot. Alright, let's see if I can make it, blowing doesn't very well work on this one. It's like talking at it gets better, or works better. It's almost better, maybe. Nope. Whistling? Maybe. We found that screeching at it worked earlier. When we, I'm gonna have to do it again now, I think. Nope, didn't work as well this time. Let's see. Where is the exact frequency that this thing's gonna spin at? I apologize to everybody in advance for this. Drill says, give me a ring! Nope, it's not wanting to work this time. I don't know how I'm supposed to be able to get that. Unless I don't know, is there a note, maybe? There's a tone in my voice that if I hit it just right, it seems to work. Sing a pentatonic scale. Do 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 do. Hey, there it is. Bucky Bun. Do the roar. Yeah, this thing was meant to be played with a shitty DS microphone for cheesy. I'm gonna get nabbed. Damn it! Let me go! Nope, that wasn't it. This is so stupid. Do 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 do. Nope. Apparently this one doesn't move the same way. I finished eating and we had fun at Lagoon today. Oh, that does sound fun. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, True Benicorns. I can see if you didn't play through the multiple times, didn't research the game mechanics about ship parts and all. I didn't know about randomizing ship parts and stuff. Nope, did not know that. Well, the last time I played this game was definitely a long time ago. Oh, okay, so apparently just talking in front of them is all we have to do. Shoot! Getting nabbed again. Yeah, if you had told me about it a long time ago, I'm afraid that that was probably so long ago that I wouldn't even remember anything about it. Do 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 do. Yep, maybe if we sing at it, right? No, we tried. It's like it's never the same thing twice. I think it has like a very specific pitch that it has to hit. I might try and see if I can figure out how to hotkey this thing actually, because it does have a playback option that you can press down a key and that will actually like give it the right frequency in order to make it think that something's being blown into it. Yes, spin, spin. Please! Please! There we go. I mean, this thing was particular on the DS anyway. But now it's just worse. Has been 15 years. That is a pretty long time. We're finally inside, Sarge. Looks like we won't escape sudden gusts inside the temple either. Be careful. I wonder how many of these, or how many more things I'm gonna have to sing to. Oh. Damn it. Oops. There we go. Actually get some pretty good range with that sword. So many terrible design decisions in this game when using the actual hardware. Yeah, it's kind of sad, but a lot of the mechanics for this game were very, very, very gimmicky, and doesn't always play out well. I seem to recall that Spirit Tracks is a little less gimmicky. I know that they still make you use the microphone to play the panpipes. I'm just gonna figure out before next stream how to hotkey it so that I can just make it play the sound effect needed in order to mimic blowing or anything else we're doing at it. Because trying to figure out the proper tone in order to hit to get the register for the sound effect. Yeah, that's not doing it for me. I thought maybe just playing it with the regular microphone would actually work better, and I would have imagined that doing it with a real microphone would work better than the DS's, but apparently no. It was intentionally made to be played with a shitty microphone, so joke's on us. More specifically me, and now you guys are subject to listening to me trying to figure out which note to hit in order to make it register. The number of treasure chests left in here is 1. It costs you 20 rupees to see where the treasure lies. I think I'll figure it out. Ooh. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Put that there? Does that make this work better? There we go. Wahoo. Oops. Okay, there we go. Using a real microphone works way worse. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm picking up here with this as well, is that using a real microphone with any real amount of quality seems to be worse than if I was actually playing it with the actual hardware of the device, which is just kind of funny to me. But in a way, it makes sense, but because the games were designed around what kind of quality the microphone had, so when designing it, find it interesting I'm not doing it on Virtual Console. Why is that? I mean, I didn't feel like shelling out money for it is one big factor. Thing is, I don't love this game enough to go for the Virtual Console version for it, so it just is what it is. But if anybody needs to see my my actual copy of Phantom Hourglass, I'll be happy to show you that I do in fact have a copy of it. It's my understanding that if you've actually paid for the game in some way, emulators are kind of a little overlooked, and really more and more emulators begin to look more and more overlooked. When we're talking about games that are as old or older, you know, a little bit older, that aren't being constantly put out on the shelf anymore. Can't download it from a separate source for that to be legal. That's fair. Suppose therein lies the rub for it, right? Well, this is definitely not the first time that we've used an emulator for our gaming, so it just is what it is. There's a chest back there and I missed it. Now, as a matter of fact, I've been using emulators for a lot of different things for the last about 15 years, so it's nothing new to me. Shoot. Respect silence and tread quietly, or else you'll arouse the slumberer. When all the pillars of wind rise, the doors will open. Be illegal or pirate if there's no way to get something legally that directly supports the rights holders. Yep. I mean, for the most part, I do agree with that. So, the thing is that, like... Yeah, I could buy the virtual console version of this, but I don't really want to. um, considering that a lot of the support for the virtual console is going away anyway, it would actually have been a little bit more of a hassle for me to get it than to play it through the emulator anyway. I do have a physical copy for it. So it's not like I'm playing a game that I don't own any amount of rights to. And furthermore, to try to play this on the DS and stream would be a nightmare. So basically would have to be playing it DS in my hands and with a top-down camera the entire time. That just would not be very conducive. So while it is definitely doable, and I can make all the excuses that I want, you know, you can say that you know, I'm definitely not right for choosing emulation over my other options, but it's just the way that I felt worked the best. Damn it, go away. Holy moly. Okay. So that's one. Jeez. Hey, Middle King, how's it going? How was your date? If the only way to get it is from some random eBay seller that doesn't actually give the rights holders money, that shouldn't be the only legal way. I'm not sure where the bombs are at that would have made it so that we can get around these punks. Man. Day was fine. Glad to hear it. Did you have a good time with it? One left in here. We were in here before, I think. Ah, yes. I know which chest it's talking about, too. Oh, I'm doing this the wrong way. I mean, out of complete honesty, I actually ran the emulated version for Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask earlier in these playthroughs as well. I didn't use I didn't use my N64 for it. I suppose that if ever comes a time where we start seeing a spike of crackdowns, we'll definitely, you know, take that into more of a consideration at that point in time. But as of right now, you know, where nobody's really going to be doing anything about it anyway, and I do have a physical copy of this game. Most of the games that I use emulations for, I do actually own. I feel like that should count. Maybe that's just me. Copyright laws are so insanely long. The US, that realistically no one that actually worked on it is alive by the time something is out of copyright. King, I will address that at a later point in time. You can talk about your date, though. Be interested to hear about how that went for you. You mentioned that it was at an arcade. Which one were you at? Shoot. Come on, I know that we jumped across this earlier. There we go. Do I play all Zelda games on emulator? No, I do not actually. So, there's been a few of them that we had to do through the emulator, and not a ton of them. The ones that we've done through emulation are think about this. We did Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask through the emulator, mostly because I actually have a lot of emulation files already in place for those. Just makes it a lot easier to do that. No worries. Yeah, so I did Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask on emulation, just because I kind of like the performance out of the emulators better for those games, just because out of my native hardware for the N64, my resolution would have been garbage for it. So, you know, I made the decision to just go ahead and run that through emulation instead of my native hardware for it. We did the Oracle games as well, since I have those on Game Boy. Those are just incredibly, they're incredibly old, and that makes them a little bit more of a challenge to try and find another way to do it. I personally couldn't think of a better way to even stream the Oracle games without doing an emulator for it. Try doing Majora's Mask on N64. I mean, I'm used to Ocarina of Time. That was my game when I was a kid. So, you know, it's for me, it's second nature to play those on an N64 controller. But I'm also used to the emulation, so it's fine. I can play Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask on pretty much any platform, and it's usually fine. We did Wind Waker HD on native. Twilight Princess HD on native. We did trying to remember all these games that we played recently. Minish Cap was on Virtual Console on my Wii U, and we also played the GameCube native for Four Sword Adventures as well. Yeah, I guess for some, I guess that those controls really aren't that natural for the Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. Even with a two-handed, or yeah, with a controller that you do with two hands, it's just, I guess there's just parts of it that feel a little unnatural, I suppose. We'll be doing Skyward Sword HD on native, or not on native, on Switch. We're doing that on Switch. Oh yeah, Majora's Mask 3DS is not a good port, in my personal opinion. I do not like that port of Majora's Mask at all. Aside from the fact that it's pretty and it's mobile, that's pretty much the only things that Majora's Mask 3D has going for it. I mean, it does have some small quality of life things that are improvements, like being able to travel to certain points in time, but woohoo, we got bombs. The Bomber's Notebook in Majora's Mask 3D is better as well. Okay, will you go ahead and just eat that, please? Thank you. Bye. Getting real sick of you. Swamp area. Trying the lily pad. I kept landing in the goo. And we need to have you guys over again for another round of N64 games again. It's the only few things that are nice. Double time changes. Yeah. Yeah, the Song of Double Time in Majora's Mask for 3DS is definitely a big improvement. Purple water of goo. Oh. Now I understand. Blank faces can hide truth as well as blemished ones. Study the walls carefully. Hey, V for Valentine's? How's it going? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I'm Commander Sergeant. We've been playing pretty much just strictly Zelda games for the last bit, but making our way through the entire franchise through the original release order. Nuclear Spider game for N64 controls are inverted. I still handle it just fine, but I've never beat the game. Nuclear Spider? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Alright. They just called it the Spider game. Have you still got your N64 then, boxed up somewhere? Is that gonna hit both? No. Put one there and the other here. There we go. Amarin's Project Swarm. Huh. Yeah, I certainly have never heard of that. But then again, I actually didn't really know too many, like maybe third-party games for the N64. I pretty much only had like the 6 games that I've talked with you about between, yeah, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Space Invaders, Mario Kart, Star Wars Pod Racer, and I've forgotten one. Pokemon Stadium. Well then. One of those examples of bad mechanic making you obnoxiously slow when carrying a big key. Yes, I know it's big, but really? I know, it's obnoxious, for sure. This is going to be one of those weird ones where having the DS stacked up would probably, or having my screens vertical would make more sense, but I don't care. Careful, that bloated beast can summon cyclones. So he can. I don't have that much range with these. Seriously? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Can we please attack? There we go. Ooh. You got me that time. Made in Japan, rated T for teen. Yeah, it sounds like an interesting one. Oh, Alex played Conquer's Bad Fur Day? That doesn't surprise me. That sounds like it's about to be expected. Seriously, dude? Throw a bomb right in your face, and you don't do nothing. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Any chance you want to die this time? No. The answer is no dying this time. Man, this boss. Perfect. There we go. Get burnt! Oh my gosh. Keep missing. Perfect. There we go. Boom, got him. And obtained just a little bit of extra sand. I just barely realized what time it is, too. We've been live for almost 4.5 hours now. Oh, well, that's 2 down. Do his life. Here's why Spider Game was never completed. I don't have a memory card, so if we die, it starts over. Oh no! Alex tried a few years ago, couldn't do the inverted controls, but we made it farther than I've gotten before. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I hate that there's this weird thing with N64 games. It's like some of them allow you to save, and others don't. It's bizarre. I know that Mario Kart was you can save your ghost data on memory cards, but specifically with memory cards. You got more sand for the Phantom Hourglass. 2 minutes have been added. Nice. If you can and haven't yet, you also might want to set a hotkey for a slash sword. Yeah, there's a few things with this emulation I'm going to have to figure out. Hi, Blue Fairy. Do you have a weird name that doesn't relate to wisdom at all? Like Leaf, the one that we got from the Fire Shrine? I'm Neri, the spirit of wisdom. I suppose that one makes a little more sense. Thank you for slaying that vile monster. Now the seal has been broken, and I'm free. Look, Sarge. This time it's the Spirit of Wisdom, Neri. We came all this way to seek your help. The Ocean King must be locked up somewhere, too. Spirit of Power is with you. Of course I'll help. Dude's last flavor? You know, I actually don't keep up a lot with the game fuels. It was probably a game fuel. The thing is that, like, I'm pretty much just, the OG flavor, or I'm okay with other things every now and again, but that's my choice in drink. Spirit of Wisdom, Neri, has joined your group. Find one more spirit to track down the ghost ship. Wahoo! More heart container. Ones that don't allow you to save, usually the developer cheaping out on cartridge making. Ah, okay. And N64 and earlier for Nintendo at least. The ones that use memory card are usually the devs saving money on manufacturing cartridges. Kind of odd that it isn't placed... That, what, the heart's not placed in the world? Oh, yeah, that is a little strange. I think these ones are the only ones where you collect your heart containers from bosses by picking them up out of chests. But yeah. My Space Invaders game for the N64 was the same way. You could save your game if you had a memory card, but if you don't have a memory card, you do not get to save your game. And I eventually just played it so many times that I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just get good enough that I can finish this all the way through in one go. Oh, that's right. Buggy Bun, you and I actually did Space Invaders all the way through, didn't we? Need an expansion pack to play Majora's Mask. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that one pissed me off, because I had just gotten a pretty new game for Christmas, the year that Majora's Mask had come out, and I couldn't play it because I didn't have that expansion pack. Well, well, Sarge, you did alright, kid. Looks like you hauled in another spirit, huh? The Temple of the Ocean King, then. Let's set sail. Yep, all aboard. Setting sail. Didn't buy a new copy of Donkey Kong 64, then? Oh. I shipped one for the internet, which was advanced technology back then. His head looks like a bean. Yeah, Lineback, he is kind of a interestingly shaped character, isn't he? You know what, guys? This is probably where I need to call it for the night. Okay. Now look at me. My pretty computer pulling up Twitch and it not locking up my entire build in the process. No, doesn't look like I've got anybody to raid tonight. That's okay though. At the very least, we should be able to resume back to our normal stream times, Tuesdays and Fridays going forward. It's good to meet you, V for Valentine's. And as always, awesome to see everybody. Sedition, Buggy Bun, thanks for hanging out. Power, Reaper, Metal King, thanks so much for dropping in. Vagrant, and anybody else that was in here. Oh, V, and pretty much everybody else. But yeah, I will see you guys on Tuesday, 4:30 Mountain Daylight Time for continuation for Phantom Hourglass. But until then, everybody have a great weekend, and we'll chat with you on the next stream.